Good morning, everyone, and welcome to a Sunday Florida Cup day of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Today's first post is coming up in 35 minutes. We'll have conditions, scratches, and changes coming up in a few moments. But first, we ask you to please rise, if able, as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. And thank you, everyone. Once again, a pleasant good morning to you all, and welcome to day number 71 of our season. It's Florida Cup Day here Sunday. An 11 race card set to get underway in 33 minutes. The main track is fast. The turf is firm, racing under mostly sunny skies. There are some clouds in the area, but I would call it a sunny afternoon. Winds out of the east at 17 miles per hour. Winds are going to be the story as far as the weather's concerned today. A very breezy day here. It's a crosswind right now, so we'll continue to monitor that as the afternoon goes on. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s, probably getting up over that 80-degree mark as we go later in the afternoon. If you have your programs handy, let's go over today's overweights, scratches, and changes. Starting at today's first race, kicking off the early pick 5. That pool already about to jump over $20,000. In the first race, a jockey change on the number 1 Redbird Nation. Make the rider Hector Diaz Jr. Hector Diaz Jr. rides number 1 Redbird Nation. Waive the apprentice allowance, 122 pounds to be carried. Jockey overweight on the number 4 Circe, plus 1 pound, plus 1 on the 4. Race 2, the Florida Thoroughbred Fillies Club purse. Jockey overweight number 7 Jamalama Ding Dong is plus 2 pounds, plus 2 on the number 7 Jamalama Ding Dong in today's second race. Race 3 starts at pick 4. It's the third race on the day. It's scratch number 6 Malimu. Number 6 Malimu is scratch. Scratch the 6 Malimu out of today's third event. Race 3 on the turf course. Scratch the 6. Today's fourth race starts a special middle pick 5. It is a mandatory payout middle pick 5. Do take note that unlike the program, there is no pick 4 starting in race 4. Again, race 4 is not the start of a pick 4 today. It starts the middle pick 5. No pick 4 in race 4. In race 4, number 1 Got Ghosted is 1 pound over, plus 1 on the number 1 Got Ghosted. Race 5 starts our Florida Cup Turf Stakes racing action. It's the AAA Feed and Tack Turf Classic. Jockey change on the number 4 Chow Chuck. Make the rider Jose Morelos. Jose Morelos rides the number 4 Chow Chuck in today's fifth race, the AAA Feed Tack and Turf Classic. Race 6 starts the Ultimate 6. It's the 23rd running of the Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes. Scratch number 2, Long Vod. Number 2, Long Vod is out. Scratch the 2. Also scratch number 6, Sweeping Shadow. Scratch numbers 2 and 6 in today's sixth race. It's the Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes. Race 7 starts the late pick 5. It's the 23rd running of the Lamb Home South Sophomore Turf Stakes. There's no changes in the 7th. No changes in race 7. Race 8 starts the late pick 4. It's the 23rd running of the Naira Bet Sprint, and there's no changes. No changes in the sprint. Race 8 is clear. Race 9, the Pleasant Acres Stallions Distaff Turf. Jockey change on the number 2, Miss Mary Nell. Make the rider Romero Mirage. Romero Mirage rides number 2, Miss Mary Nell in today's ninth race. Romero Mirage on the 2. Scratch number 3, Kala. Number 3, Kala is out. Scratch the 3 out of today's ninth race. Race 10, the Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Filly Stakes. Couple scratches in here. Scratch number 2, Nasty Z. Number 2, Nasty Z out. Also scratch number 4, Unfaithful Rose. So scratch 2 and 4 out of today's 10th race, the Sophomore Fillies. The 11th and final race. Jockey overweight on the number 7, Silfrena, plus 1 pound, plus 1 on the number 7, Silfrena. And scratch 13 and 14. 13 and 14 are scratched out of the 11th and final race. Those are your updated overweight scratches and changes. Today's first post here on Florida Cup Day coming up in just 29 minutes at 12:30. Our track handicapper, Ren Carruthers, will be coming up in about 10 minutes' time. Ren will have analysis and selections for all 11 of today's races. Lots of great activities going on around the track today as we celebrate the Florida bred Florida Cup Day. Pleased to have many of our friends from the breeding industry from Ocala and around the state, and many great owners, trainers, and jockeys joining us on track for the big day. And of course, you, the horse player, we look forward to bringing you that early pick 5 and an 11 race car, just 29 minutes to post time. We wish you the best of luck today with all of your wagers here at beautiful Tampa Bay Downs.
Well, happy Florida Cup Day, everybody. Ren Carruthers here. Awesome card. 11 races on deck here. And we're going to be featuring later on today some of our amazing Florida breds. We get things started here as well as that early pick 5, though, with an 8-claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. They'll be going 7 furlongs on the main track. The number 1, Redbird Nation, finished first, the last 2 starts, both 8 and 2 L's, as he got disqualified from the first one. Has speed, and he's got the rail here, and he's finished the better than others in this race before. So I think stretching out to 7 furlongs, no problem, and he just wires here for Juan Arriagada, provided that he does get away from the gate well. The 7, Don't Be So Grouchy, making a first off the claim for Jan Arnett after getting beat here just a length on February 15th, coming from just a couple off the pace. That was his 3rd consecutive runner-up finish at this level and distance. Think that this projects to be his 4th on the board finish. And then the 5, Battle Warrior, in here for Posadas, finished second behind Redbird Nation back on March 1st and got elevated to the win because of that disqualification. They next ran in a 16 M3L. He got bumped out of the blocks, dueled on the front, but was in tough with the likes of Cyber Beast. Battle Warrior, he ultimately tired to finish 4th, beating 3 3/4 lengths. Think he's seemingly in good form now and could get up on the board here, drop back in for 8. So I'm going to go 1, 7, 5 in race 1 to start the day and the early pick 5 on Florida Cup Day.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
we're proud to say that our industry's dedication is making aftercare more accessible than ever.
Every single donation, whether big or small, and every action from volunteering to spreading the word is contributing to a brighter future. It's because of your passion and commitment that thoroughbreds are thriving. But this race is just beginning.
Like the final stretch where every stride counts, your ongoing support drives us forward.
Because of you, we've gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Let's keep going together. Thank you for every step you've helped us with so far.
Every life changed is a shared victory.
The horses onto the track post spreading for today's first race, first of 11 here on Florida Cup Day. An $8,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 7 furlongs on the fast main track. Field of 10 set to go here. Jockey change on the 1 Redbird Nation. Hector Diaz Jr. rides. Waive the apprentice allowance, 122 pounds to be carried. Number 4 is plus 1 pound. Race 1 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We start the pick 3s rolling. We have a super high 5, and we start the early pick 5. That pool already about to jump over $50,000. Still got 6 minutes to post time. 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's first race, the early pick 5 in 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate, today's first race field, just 1 minute away. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's first of 11 on Florida Cup Days. We kick off our celebration of the Florida bred. Today's first race, field of 10. These are $8,000 claimers at 7 furlongs. Your 9 to 5 favorite, number 1, Redbird Nation, is going to be the first to load in. 5 to 2 on the 7, Don't Be So Grouchy, right at that morning line. As King Faliero moves in at 7 to 1. Little Lukey to gate 2. Here's Don't Be So Grouchy to the 7th stall. Mr. Sweets coming up. Federal Exchange down to gate 3. Don't forget with the longer card, one extra pick 5, couple extra pick 4s today as well. Reminder, no pick 4 starting in race 4. That race just starts the middle pick 5. No pick 4 in race 4. Final 2 here going to be Battle Warrior and Farrell's Joy will be all set to kick off. Day number 71 of the season, Florida Cup Day. Fast main track, a firm turf course. It's another sunny afternoon here in the Sunshine State. They're in the gate. And the race is on Florida Cup Day 2026. King Faliero wastes no time, goes right to the front. King Faliero quickly a length in front of Redbird Nation and comes through down toward the inside to challenge. Those are the top 2 as they come out of the chute and onto the main course. Little Lukey was away in 3rd. Circe's 4th in the yellow colors, 2.5 off the top. After that comes Mr. Sweets. It's 2 more back to Farrell's Joy. Don't Be So Grouchy was away in 7th. Another length back to Diamond Mesa at 8th. Then comes Battle Warrior, and it's 4 more back to Federal Exchange, who's 10th and last, and about 14 lengths off the lead as they run toward the half-mile pole. Redbird Nation coming through inside of King Faliero. Those 2 separated by a head past the half-mile pole. That opening quarter, 22.14 seconds. They've stretched 3 ahead of Don't Be So Grouchy, who now emerges up to a clear 3rd. Circe is 4th, backing up a little bit, Little Lukey. Outside of that comes Mr. Sweets. Diamond Mesa starting to march forward from the back. It's drawn within about 8 of the leader. 44.86 seconds. King Faliero trying to put away Redbird Nation, but a fresh challenge now from Don't Be So Grouchy on the outside. Here's Don't Be So Grouchy coming up after the lead. King Faliero back to 2nd. Circe's trying to move up on the far outside as Redbird Nation stays down toward the fence in 3rd. As they have a final 1/8 of a mile left to go. Don't Be So Grouchy kicks in front by 2 to King Faliero. Down at the fence, Redbird Nation. From out of the pack, Battle Warriors running on down the center. It's Don't Be So Grouchy and Samuel Marin. Don't Be So Grouchy to win the opener here on Florida Cup Day by 3 in the end. King Faliero was 2nd. 3rd went to a Battle Warrior 4th, Federal Exchange, who closed from last to grab 4th. 7653. 7653. The unofficial order posted. Fifth to the number 1 Redbird Nation. 76531 unofficial. 122.98 seconds. Don't Be So Grouchy wins first off the claim. Results are now official. $7.80 for the win. Don't Be So Grouchy is a 5-year-old big gelding by Greenpoint Crusader out of Joanne's Wildcat. Was bred right here in the sunshine of Florida by Frank Bertolino. Susan Arnett, the winning owner. Jan Arnett, the winning trainer. Samuel Marin aboard for the winning ride. As Don't Be So Grouchy, victorious here to kick off Florida Cup Day in today's first race is your second choice. The exacta $33.60. Trifecta $122.30. Dime Super $124.94. The high five $3,793.20. Race 2 is coming up next. Today's second race will start the early pick 4. First of 4 pick 4s on today's card. It's the Florida Thoroughbred Fillies Club Purse Maiden Special Weight event for 3-year-olds and 6 furlongs. No scratches or jockey changes. Number 7 is plus 2 pounds. Post time for today's second race. The early pick 4 is in 22 minutes at 1 o'clock sharp.
Race 2 is going to kick off today's early pick four at the main special weight four. 3-year-old set at 6 furlongs on the main track. Okay, I know I might be forcing this one. I want to be upfront about that because this horse might well run up the track again, but I keep coming back to the number one, that is Gun Policy by Gun Runner. We'll admit bottom side of the pedigree is pretty turfy. Mom's wins include the turf Amazon, but there's certainly enough dirt in the pedigree as well. And while he was no bueno on debut, a couple of things. You got to take note that the connections aren't dropping. That makes me think that they still believe he fits at this level. He was drawn to the outside post on debut. He was able to hang close enough before tiring. The blinkers he wore first out, those are now off. And more to the point, he's put in some solid drills since. So just don't want to be caught off guard should this boy spring a huge upset second time out. The number 6, Gray Obsession, is a first-time starter for Tim Ham, son of Liam's Map out of Wicked Obsession by Tappet. Big family behind him, including the likes of Serenading, Touch Gold, and With Approval. The number 3, My Boy Star, in for Alejandro Mendieta. 2 starts here, both main special weights, has run third in both, but he was also drawn wide in each of them. This time he's got a good draw from which to employ his foot, and on debut he pressed a hot pace through a 44 3/2 and was still able to gut it out to hold on for the show dough, beating just a length and 3/4. He then ran in an off-the-turf main special weight at just 5 furlongs. Track was listed as good. Again, he was wide, which led to a wide trip, and while he did get into contention by the half, he ultimately finished 4 3/4 lengths back of Unwritten Rule as the post-time favorite. Back on dirt, and again with a better draw and actual race fitness, when in against a lot of firsters in here, he could be too tough. So I am going to go 1, 6, 3 in race 2, which again kicks off our early pick 4.
The horses onto the track, postbraiding for today's second race, start of the early pick four. The Florida Thoroughbred Fillies Club Purse, a maiden special weight event for 3-year-olds. They'll be at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No scratches or jockey changes. Number 7 is plus 2 pounds. Race 2 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, super high 5. We start that early pick 4, post time at 6 minutes. Fans, just a reminder, coming up in today's fourth race, there is no pick 4 starting in the fourth race today. Again, it does say that in your program, but there is no pick 4 starting in race 4. However, there is a special middle pick 5 that starts in race 4. Again, race 4 will start the middle pick 5. It will not start a pick 4. 2 minutes to post time. Today's second race, the Florida Thoroughbred Fillies Club Purse, coming up in just 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's second race field, the Florida Thoroughbred Fillies Club Purse, coming up in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's second start of the early pick four. This race, the Florida Thoroughbred Fillies Club Purse. Field of 8 maiden special weight group here at 6 furlongs. Your post time favorite 7-5 and the 3 My Boy Star. Now 6-5 on that favorite. 4-1 on the 7 Jamalama Ding Dong. 4 first time starters. They're all the even numbered horses. 2, 4, 6, 8. All making their debut today. That'll make it easy to remember who's who. Jamalama Ding Dong coming up. Music on the Run to gate 2 is going to be next. My Boy Star, the final two, going to be 52-50, and American Melody will be all set for a start. Today's second, the early pick 4. $52.50 coming up. An American Melody. Danielle Martinez to the outside. Danielle had a couple winners yesterday. First time starter, $52.50. Scott Spieth coming up. $52.50. Just about in. Now goes forward. Nope, backed away. Assistant starters still working with the 4.52.50. This debut runner here not quite going in. They're opening up the front of the stall. And that seemed to be the thing that did the trick. Headed right into that starting gate. American Melody, Gadiel Martinez to complete the line. We'll be ready to kick off the early pick 4 here. As they shut the front of gate 4. And we are all set for a start. They're in the gate. And the race is on. My Boy Star, the favorite out well. Jamalama Ding Dong, American Melody to the outside. It's My Boy Star. And Israel Rodriguez, the favorite up to lead him. 3/4 of a length to Jamalama Ding Dong. American Melody out wide from third. And down at the fence is Music on the Run in fourth. Length more back to Gray Obsession in those bright pink colors. Fifth and about 3.5 off the top. It's another 2 back to Gun Policy. 2.5 after that. Back to 52.50. And Undertaker is the early trailer. So they run that opening quarter 22.16 seconds, and it's My Boy Star in front. Pressured from Jamalama Ding Dong on the outside. Those two a length and 3/4 in front now of Music on the Run, American Melody. Gray Obsession right between them. 5 more then back to Gun Policy. The others with about 10 lengths of work to do as they wind around to the quarter pole. My Boy Star steered narrowly in front of Jamalama Ding Dong, who's been applying pressure throughout. Now My Boy Star kicks a length in front of Jamalama Ding Dong. 2 more then back to the inside. Music on the Run trying to rally up from third. It's 4 more then back to the rest as My Boy Star comes to the 16th pole in command. It's My Boy Star by that 16th, 5 in front. Music on the Run. Jamalama Ding Dong second, third. My Boy Star to win it. My Boy Star impressively here by about 6. Music on the Run was second, third. Jamalama Ding Dong fourth was Gun Policy. Final time 109.59. Three, 2, 7, 1, and 5. 3, 2, 7, 1, 5. The unofficial order. Your 6 to 5 favored My Boy Star, the winner. Results are official. $4.40 on the win for My Boy Star. Into the winner's circle, My Boy Star, your second race winner. My Boy Star, 3-year-old bay colt by Bucaro out of My Sarasota Star, was bred right here in the beautiful Sunshine of Florida by Alejandro Mendieta and Maria Elena Mendieta. AOM Racing Stables and Pedro Brito. The winning owners, Alejandro Mendieta, the winning trainer, Israel Rodriguez aboard for the winning ride. My Boy Star, victorious here in today's second as your favorite. Prices on the board. The exacta $16.70. Trifecta $36.55. The dime super $27.20. Daily double $14.80. The high five $202.80. Today's third race is coming up next. Scratch the 6, a field of 6 set to go. The mile and a 16th on the turf course. Turf is firm. Tommy's turf rail at 0 feet. With the scratch, no super high 5 wagering. We do start at pick 4. And post time for the third race coming up in 22 minutes.
Race 3 is going to kick off our next pick 4, and it is with a race 4 fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won 2 races other than maiden claiming or starter or state bred, or which have never won 3 races or an optional claiming price of $32,000. They're going to be going 8.5 furlongs on the turf. The number 5, Random Harvest, in here for James Toner. She's got enough foot to stay within range and come with a potent kick in stretch. This girl has also had some time to freshen up. She won her first 2 career starts and then ran second to Infinite Diamond at Gulfstream. Took some time off, did not come back until the spring at Churchill, and that's where she got the show dope, beating just a length and 3/4 in an optional 80 and 2X, going 9 furlongs. She took some more time off and then ran third, being just 2 1/4 lengths by Silver Moonlight in that optional 62 at Gulfstream. That is a really good mare. She actually had won her previous 2 starts, including right here at Tampa at this level ahead of that start. And then she went on to get beat just a length by Grade 1 winner Lush Lips in the Grade 3 Honey Fox. And then yesterday, well, Silver Moonlight was 7th. She was only 3 3/4 lengths beaten in the Sand Springs after dueling on the lead. The 7, that is City Girl. You got Irad Ortiz aboard. Now, this girl came from well out of it in a first off, a long layoff here at Tampa. Got beat just 3 lengths in the end there as the post-time favorite. Last time she'd been in action, she got beat just a neck in a stakes race at Toulouse. That was back in 2024. She could move up significantly here, second off the bench, of course. And again, shout out to Irad Ortiz. Congratulations on winning the Arkansas Derby yesterday aboard Renegade, who won our Sam F. Davis, and I will say is my Kentucky Derby pick thus far. Okay, going on to the 4. That is Just Ruthless, making a first start for Riley Mott. This girl has run on turf 4 times in her career, had a bad start and trip the last time at Kentucky Downs, going that sweeping 1-turn mile against an optional 80 and 2X field. So not going to hold that performance against her. Start before that, she was well beaten in the Grade 3 Pucker Up Stakes, but beaten lengths, they're relative to competition, and in this case, she was in with Destino d'Oro. Prior to that, she'd run a good third, beating just a length and a half, going a mile in an optional 125 and 3L at Churchill Downs. The winner there was Admit, and she was actually third in the Pucker Up, beaten 4, and she most recently won the Grade 2 Valley View, earning an 87 buyer figure. Last time out, Just Ruthless, she folded off a tracking position in another optional 125, this time at Keeneland on the dirt with the addition of blinkers. She's been on the bench since, and those blinkers are coming off as she now gets back on the grass. So I'm going to go 5-7-4 in race 3, which again kicks off our next pick 4.
The horses onto the track, post-spreading for today's third race. We're on the turf course for the first time this afternoon. The turf firm, the turf rail, and 0 feet. Field of 6 here for this allowance optional claiming event, 32,000 the optional tag. Fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up at that mile and a 16th turf distance. Scratch the 6 Malibu. Number 6 is scratched. A field of 6 remain in. With that scratch, no super high 5 wagering. But we do offer daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Pick 3, we start at pick 4. Post time for the third in 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's third race, 2 minutes away. Approaching the starting gate, just 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's third race. Field of 6 on turf here is your 3 to 5 favorite, number 7, City Girl. Random Harvest at 8 to 5. The next shortest price, 7 to 1 on the number 1, Princess Patina, who's going to be the first to load in. Princess Patina and Jose Morelos coming up to gate 1. Here's My Little Wildcat, trainer Alejandro Mendieta looking for a race-to-race double. He scored with My Boy Star in the previous race. Atomic Habits goes in. Here's Just Ruthless, Sammy Camacho for Riley Mott. The final two will be the two favorites, Random Harvest and the 3 to 5 choice, City Girl, to the outside. First of 5 turf races of this afternoon. There'll be every odd race going forward. As they're in the gate. And the race is on. My Little Wildcat going to take the early initiative. Gets over toward the inside quickly with Just Ruthless. Random Harvest away in good order. As trying to get in a little bit there. City Girl, a little tough to handle in the early going, along with Princess Patina to her inside. The early trailers, Atomic Habits, as it's My Little Wildcat in front. My Little Wildcat by the wire, a length and a tail to the good. Just Ruthless, another length and a half then. Back to Random Harvest. Princess Patina's down on the inside of City Girl, who's out in the clear in the 5th spotter Leon. And the trailer still Atomic Habits with 6 furlongs left to go. The opening quarter, 23.98 seconds. So they roll through turn number 1. And it's still My Little Wildcat in front. That length and a half margin to Just Ruthless in second. There's been pretty much a little change here. Random Harvest still third. Princess Patina's about 4.5 off the top in fourth. Right to her outside is City Girl. Still 2 more back to Atomic Habits. Midway down the back stretch, My Little Wildcat, this 31 to 1 long shot leader. The lead down to 3/4 now. Is getting a little bit closer. Is Just Ruthless. Random Harvest, Daniel Centeno has that one under a good hold in the 3rd position. It's another length then to Princess Patina. City Girl still trailing as Atomic Habits, 49.52 seconds, so a very slow second quarter there. My Little Wildcat takes him to the far turn. Just Ruthless dialing up the pressure now on the outside. Length and a half more to Random Harvest, who tries to close in from 3rd. City Girls trying to march forward up on the outside of Princess Patina as they come around to the top of the lane. There's a new leader. It's Just Ruthless in front. Just Ruthless right to the attack, though, goes Random Harvest. City Girl swings to the far outside. Final furlong left to go. Here comes City Girl. Random Harvest. Those two now 1-2, and City Girl has wrestled the lead away. Random Harvest is second. Just Ruthless third. City Girl by the 16th pole. Irad Ortiz and City Girl win it, going away by almost 3 in the end. Random Harvest was second. Third went to Just Ruthless. Fourth, Princess Patina. 7, 5, 4, 1, and 3. Your final time for the mile and a 16th, 142.80 seconds. Results are official. $3.40 for a $2 win ticket on City Girl. Your third race winners, City Girl. Third career win for this 5-year-old bay mare by City Light out of Nymphias was bred in France by Harold Bloodstock Limited, Veronica Dubois. The winning ownership group consists of Madicat Stables, Michael Dubb and Michael Kisber. Chad Brown, the winning trainer, Irad Ortiz Jr. Aboard for the winning ride, City Girl from Off the Pace to Win, today's third. The exact at 290, trifecta 250, the dime super 77 cents. Daily double 350, and the early pick 313.80. Today's fourth race is in 23 minutes. Race number 4 here at Tampa Bay Downs starts a special middle pick 5. Do take note there is no pick 4 starting here in the fourth race. There is, however, a pick 4 starting in race 5. Again, no pick 4 here in the upcoming fourth race. We do start a pick 5 here in race 4. Field of 9 set to go. Number 1 is plus 1 pound. Post time for the fourth race, a $10,000 claimer in 22 minutes at 2:03 p.m.
Race 4 is going to kick off a middle pick 5. We got a 10 claimer for 4-year-olds and upset at 7 furlongs on the main track. I'm going to stay with the number 2 in here. That is Saybrook. He's won his last 2 in gate to wire fashion, and while he is stepping up in against 10 Company today off that 62.50 win, he's a horse with enough back class to think that he meets the challenge now that the confidence is back, even while making a first off the claim. The number 7, Mayhem in the Palace. This one is in off a Shodo performance in an optional 8 starter 5, won by Santos to Wilson. He had a bad start from the gate. He came closing. That race was just at 6 furlongs, and he'd run a good second to Saybrook the start before that, going 7, making a first off a layoff. Didn't get a good break there that day either. Now, prior to the time away and beyond the overmatched situation in that Florida bred optional 20 N1X in the slop, this guy had been running really well. Again, 62.50 Company at Gulfstream. He put up an 82 buyer figure, scoring at that level, going just 6 furlongs back in September. The number 9 is Bangarang. He is making a first start for Carrasco. This is following a runner-up performance in an 8-claimer here on March 4th. Winner was Santos to Wilson, who scored again out of there. He put up a 75 buyer, scoring that aforementioned optional 8 starter 5 Mayhem in the Palace exits by 2 1/4 lengths. This boy is fast enough to stay right in the sweet spot to pounce should he get the opportunity, and Marin does land here. So I'm going to go 2, 7, 9 in race 4, which again kicks off a middle pick 5.
On to the track for today's fourth race. Start of a middle pick 5, race number 4. $10,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 7 furlongs over that fast main track. Number 1 got ghosted plus 1 pound. Field of 9 set to go here. Reminder, there is no pick 4 starting here. The next pick 4 starts in the upcoming 5th race in about half an hour. This race does offer daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We have a pick 3, super high 5, and we start a middle pick 5. Post time in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's fourth race, start of the middle pick 5 in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate today's field for the fourth race, just 1 minute away. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fourth. Field of 9 here at 7 furlongs on that main track. Your post time favorite 2-1 on the outside, Bangarang. 5-2 on the 7, Mayhem in the Palace, and 3-1 on the 2, Saybrook. Those are your top 3 in the wagering here. So we start this special middle pick 5 on this 11 race card. Saybrook to gate 2, Wesley Ho for Brian Lusk. Here's CR Instigator. Jan Arnett already with a win today, teamed up with Samuel Marin earlier. Charlie Marquez rides for him this race here with CR Instigator. Conspiracy Fact to gate 3, Richard Mitchell for Michael Simone in the house blue colors. Here's Mayhem in the Palace. Reverend Moon, they'll be the next 2. The final 2 are going to be Anchises and Bangarang will be all set for a start here as Reverend Moon still kind of walking in behind there. Anchises goes in. Reverend Moon, Sonny Leone to gate 4. One of 2 in here for trainer Michael Simone. He saddles numbers 3 and 4. Twinning for Bangarang. Samuel Marin to the outside draw. Will be all set for a start. The middle pick 5 on this Florida Cup day. They're in the gate, and the race is on. In the center, CR Instigator in the red colors flashing some speed. Bangarang from the outside, and Saybrook coming through down along the fence. It is going to be CR Instigator just in front of Saybrook down along the inside. Bangarang out 3 deep. Those 3 across as they're well bunched in behind them. Conspiracy Fact is right there. Moving up between horses comes Reverend Moon. Hay River is right there as well. And that next flight on the far outside, Mayhem in the Palace. Down along the fence has got Ghosted. Those top 8 only covered 3.5 or 4 lengths. It's 3 more then back to Anchises, who is the lone trailer as they're well bunched on the front end. 22.34 seconds, that opening quarter mile time. Saybrook there by a neck. To CR Instigator in the red color second. Bangarang under a bit of a ride early third is only a length and a half off the lead. It's a break of 2 more then. Back to Reverend Moon between horses. Mayhem in the Palace out 3 or 4 deep. Down to the inside, Conspiracy Fact losing a touch of ground from 6th. 2 more then to Hay River, got Ghosted, and still Anchises at the back. Around the far turn, Bangarang. The sustained move has put Bangarang to the front. Saybrook now to second. On the far outside, Reverend Moon trying to rev the engines up. Dropping back to 4th with CR Instigator, the early leader, as they come to the 8th pole. Bangarang just in front of Saybrook to the inside. Reverend Moon trying to level up on the outside and get to Bangarang. It's Bangarang, Reverend Moon. These are the 2. Reverend Moon on the outside trying to get to Bangarang. Bangarang and Reverend Moon. Bangarang, Reverend Moon, Bangarang. Bangarang, I think, held on. It got close there at the wire with Reverend Moon. Saybrook was 3rd, 4th, Conspiracy Fact. Photo finish. Please hold all tickets. Here's that slow-mo shot. 9-4, 2, 3, and 6. 5-2 on Bangarang, your second choice. Bangarang to the winner's circle. 6-year-old Bay Gelding by Adios Charlie out of Livingston's Lady was bred right here in the sunshine of Florida by Thomas Equals. MJM Stable, the winning owners. Victor Carrasco Jr., the winning trainer. It's a riding double for jockey Samuel Marin as Bangarang scores here in today's fourth. Prices on the board. The exact to 37.10, trifecta 108.75, dime super $76.67, a daily double $4.50. Pick three $10.80. Nobody had the super high five, so we're going to carry over $5,804 to the upcoming fifth race. Race 5 starts our Florida Cup Day Stakes racing action. The 23rd running of the AAA Feed and Tack Turf Classic. This is a stakes event for the older Florida bred runners on turf at 1 1/8 miles. Jockey change on the 4. Actually, should say jockey addition on the 4. Chow Chuck. Jose Morelos rides. Jose Morelos on the 4. Field of 7 set to go. We'll start at pick 4. Race 5. Stakes action up next in 22 minutes. We did have a couple claims in the fourth race. Number 7, Mayhem of the Palace, was claimed, and a two-way shake goes to Lima Horse Racing LLC, trainer Martin Escobar. And number 9, Bangarang, claimed by Stephen Kepling Jr. and Lynn Rarick, the new trainer.
Race 5 is going to kick off our Florida Bred Stakes action with the Turf Classic. This is for 4-year-olds and up, set at 9 furlongs on the grass, of course. And it's going to kick off another pick 4. The number 6, that is Uncle's Gold, in here from Michael Trombetta. Was drawn widest of all last out in an optional 25 N1X at Gulfstream Park. Rated a couple back in the early going and then started to edge up as the half was clipped along in 45 and 59 100ths. He got up on the lead and then he couldn't hold off Pitkin and Smooth Breeze, finishing third, beating a length and a half in the end. That final time, scorching, 137 and 4. For context, Tiz Dashing won the Grade 3 Canadian Turf later on the card in 138. Now this boy's brother, that is Crystal Quest, He won our 2024 Sophomore Turf and the 2025 Turf Classic for Trombetta, so we'll see if he can keep the title in the family, stepping up against Stakes Company for the first time. The number 1, Tank. He does look tough in this spot. He's in for Carlos David. This boy folded out of the Grade 2 McDermida, but that was also at a mile and 3/8 and graded Stakes Company. He'd run a good third the start prior, pressing the pace before getting the lead and then overtaken in stretch to get beat 2 3/4 lengths in the Sunshine Turf. He had started from the outside post that day also, so all the more impressive that he stayed on. Neo Equus, who got the Shoto in the Florida Derby, he was getting on turf for the first time. The runner-up was Appleton Stakes winner Seminole Chief. The 5th placed runner, that was Echo Lane. He next got beat just a half length in second in the McDermida, earned a 94 buyer figure back of Grand Sonata. And Tank, he also had run a similar race at the start prior. From a wide draw, he showed pressing speed, and then he got the lead in the Tropical Park Derby. Lost by a half length that day, and the top 2, they won stakes races next out. Layabout, he put up a 93 buyer, scoring the McKnight ahead of running 4th in the McDermida. And then Tis Dashing, he took the Grade 3 Canadian Turf, mentioned him before, by 3 3/4 lengths, earning a 96. Today, not easy, but perhaps easier company, and a great draw to employ that speed. Tank, he did win our Sophomore Turf here last year in the lone Tampa race, and you've got Irad Ortiz aboard. The number 7, Win With Faith, is in for Spats. Has run in the money in his last 6 consecutive starts, including a third to Uncle's Gold on the synthetic. You see, he got beat just a length in the Showing Up Stakes, won by Super Forces. Layabout was second. He'd also run second to Tank on 2 occasions last year in both the English Channel and our Sophomore Turf. The lone start he's had at Tampa. And today, he's got one of our best jocks up in the saddle in Sammy Marin. He's going to come with a run. We'll see if he can get there in time. Going to go 6-1-7 in the Turf Classic Stakes, which again starts our next pick 4.
The horses on the track post-spreading for today's fifth race, the 23rd running of the AAA Feed and Tack Turf Classic. 4-year-olds and up at a mile and an eighth on the turf course. The turf is firm, the rail at 0 feet. Presenting the field for the Turf Classic, number 1 is Tank, owned by Arundel, trained by Carlos David. Irad Ortiz Jr. is the rider. Number 2 is Scarecrow, also owned by Arundel, trained by Jorge Delgado and Sonny Leone aboard. 3 is Adios Cole. Jeffrey Cole is the owner. Sam Walensky trains. Junior Alvarado, the pilot. Number 4 is Chow Chuck. Penner Pop Racing and Fernando Abreu are the owners. Fernando Abreu trains. Jose Morelos rides. 5 is Heathguard, is owned by Lamb Home Stable, trained by Roy Lerman. Sammy Camacho is aboard. Number 6 is Uncle's Gold, is owned by Live Oak Plantation. Michael Trombetta is the trainer. John Velasquez aboard. Completing the field, number 7, Win With Faith, is owned by Laura Murphy, trained by Ronald Spatz. Samuel Marin, the pilot. Post time for today's fifth race, the AAA Feed and Tack Turf Classic. Start of a pick 4. We also have a super high five carryover of $5,804. Post time at 4 minutes. The horses making their way up that chute to the mile and 1/8 starting point. Just over 1 minute to post time, 1 minute. Approaching the gate. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fifth, the AAA Feed and Tack Turf Classic here. First of our 6 stakes events for the Florida Cup Day series. 7 of them here at 1.125 in the Turf Classic. Your favorite right now, 6-5 Tank, 1 of 2 for Arundel. They'll be the first to load in. Tank's gone forward. Here's Scarecrow, that stablemate. Same silks. Lucky here at Tampa, we got the different colored caps to match the saddle towels. So that'll make telling them apart a little bit easier for you and me. Here's Chow Chuck up to gate 4. Where's the Pater Pop Racing silks? Fernando Abreu. Heathguard, Lambholm South. Colors to gate 5. Uncle's Gold, Live Oak Plantation. And Michael Trombetta sending this one out. John Velasquez in town to ride Uncle's Gold. And Win with Faith. Laura Murphy and Ronald Spatz. Samuel Marin to the outside. Ready for the AAA Feed and Tack Turf Classic. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the AAA Feed and Tack Turf Classic. A little bit of bumping in the center there. Tank got off to a good beginning, and Tank goes right up to the front to assume the early lead. From out of the pack, Chow Chuck and Adios Cole together second and third. From the far outside, Uncle's Gold is fourth as they work through that first furlong. Down to the inside, it's Tank, the leader. Tank brings him into the stretch just in front of Chow Chuck, who's up to challenge now in the second position. Another half length to Adios Cole. Uncle's Gold is to their outside. They're in no hurry up top. Here is Heathguard's fifth. The two at the back are Leon Scarecrow and Win with Faith. Just 24.64 seconds was the opening quarter mile for Tank. With 6 furlongs left to go, it's Tank by about a length. Chow Chuck up on the outside. Adios Cole stays down to the fence following this long-time leader. His Uncle's Gold out 3 deep in fourth. Length and a half more to Heathguard and Lambholm Silks, who races in fifth. Then comes Scarecrow, and Win with Faith is the trailer. As they work to the backstretch, 4.5 furlongs remaining in the AAA Feed and Tack Turf Classic. Off an opening half, 49.78 seconds. Things have gone the way of Irad Ortiz Jr. and Tank. Just some mild pressure here from Chow Chuck on the outside, who now draws within a neck. Down to the inside, Adios Cole and Uncle's Gold. They've been traveling together for much of the journey, third and fourth. Now here's an early move. Scarecrow trying to come through down along the inside, but it's a little bit of tight quarters there for Scarecrows. Heathguard and Win with Faith at the back. Tank with pressure now. Chow Chuck dials it up on the outside. Tank just ahead in front of Chow Chuck. Here's Uncle's Gold starting to wind it up 3 deep. Meanwhile, boxed into the inside. Adios Cole going to need a seam. Heathguard's after that. They come around to the top of the stretch. It's Tank just in front of Chow Chuck. Diving to the inside. Adios Cole. Uncle's Gold right down the far outside. Uncle's Gold coming up after Tank. Down to the inside. Adios Cole. These three across at the 16th pole. Uncle's Gold. Tank. Adios Cole down at the inside. Uncle's Gold. Adios Cole. Uncle's Gold in front lane. Uncle's Gold to win it. I believe second went to Adios Cole. Tank was right there, and then a photo for fourth between Chow Chuck and Heathguard. Six, 3, 1, 4, and 5. 9 to 5 second choice. Uncle's Gold the winner. Results are official. $5.60 on the win for Uncle's Gold. Uncle's Gold, your fifth race winner, the AAA Feed and Tack Turf Classic. Uncle's Gold, a 4-year-old bay colt by Uncle Mo out of Giant Crystal, was bred in Florida by Live Oak Stud. Live Oak Plantation, the winning owner. Michael Trombetta, the winning trainer. John Velasquez aboard for the winning ride as Uncle's Gold victorious here in today's fifth race, the AAA Feed and Tack Turf Classic. The exacta 6 and 3, $16.10. Trifecta $20.70. Dime Super $19.14. Daily double 1360, the pick 3 1375. Early pick 4 3780, and the early pick 5 $159.25. High 5 hit for $492.50. Today's sixth race is 22 minutes away at 3:05 p.m. The Ocala Breeders' Sale Sophomore Stakes. Scratch 2 and 6. Numbers 2 and 6 are scratched. A field of 5 remain in. Post time for that race. Start of the Ultimate 6 coming up in 21 minutes. Trophy presentation coming up in the winner's circle here for today's fifth. Very happy to welcome from AAA Feed and Tack, Nancy Perillo, presenting the trophy to the winning connections of Uncle's Gold, Live Oak Plantation, Michael Trombetta, and John Velasquez, the winning connections. Again, the AAA Feed and Tack Turf Classic. Congratulations, Uncle's Gold, your 2026 winner.
Race 6 kicks off the Ultimate 6, and it's with the sophomore turf stakes for Florida-bred 3-year-olds. You're going to be going 7 furlongs on the main track. The number 1, Mako Motion, is in for Weaver. Originally debuted in a tough main special weight spot back in December at Gulfstream. That's a race won by Jackson Hole, who then put up an 84 buyer figure, scoring next out in an optional 125 for Todd Pletcher, took that by 5.5 lengths. Now, Mako Motion, he went to the bench. He came back on Tampa Bay Derby Day to wire a main special weight field here from the rail under Johnny V. Took it by 6.25 lengths there in the end, and he's got the rail again with Hall of Famer Johnny V aboard, and he looks to be the speed of the speed. So I think we see a repeat performance, though perhaps a shorter win margin, with the number 3, Rocky's Balboa, in here for Dale Romans. Last out, trying 2 turns for the first time, Rocky's Balboa, he got the lead in the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth, did eventually fold. We know how good those horses are. Commandment won. Commandment just won again the Florida Derby yesterday. Chief Wallaby, he was right there, a neck back in second. And Chief Wallaby yesterday, he was part of that photo finish. He was in third. Rocky had won his previous 2 starts here at Gulfstream, including a 5-length score in a Florida bred allowance. The 3rd place runner was Win Place Show, came back to score an allowance of his own, or her own rather, because yes, that is a filly, and she was back in with the girls in her next race. We'd also see Rocky, he put up a 91 buyer figure running second to Local Knowledge at Keeneland back in October, and that was a salty main special weight. It produced 3 next out winners. The 3rd place runner was Gallivant, who next put up a 91 buyer figure, winning the Bowman Mill by 6 lengths, and the 4th place runner in the main special weight, that was Commandment, who again went on to win a main special weight of his own at Churchill, then the Mucho Macho Man, the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth, and yesterday's Florida Derby. Now, as far as Rocky's Balboa, we got Junior Alvarado in town to ride. Hey, Junior, how you doing? The 6th, Sweeping Shadow, is in here for Lisa Lewis. Won a main optional 50 at Gulfstream back in January by 7 lengths. Took a bit of time off and came back on March 14th in the Hutchinson Stakes. Ran 4th, beaten 5.25 lengths by Full Mean, who was in off a win over Unwritten Rule here at Tampa. Now, the 5th place runner in the Hutchinson was I'm Sam, who went on to the synthetic next, dropped in for 17.5, but, well, that's not, super encouraging. He did win that race by 10.5 lengths. He earned a 77 buyer. I think this boy can step it up here second off the bench and with some more ground. So I'm going to go 1, 4, 7 in race 6, the sophomore stakes, and your Ultimate 6 starts now.
The horses on the track post-breeding for today's sixth race, start of the Ultimate Six. It's the 23rd running of the Ocala Breeders' Sale Sophomore Stakes. This race for 3-year-old registered Florida breds at 7 furlongs. Presenting the field, number 1 is Mako Motion. Bonaventure Stables and Bianco's Thoroughbreds LLC, the owners. George Weaver trains, John Velasquez rides. Scratch the 2, number 3 is Best Minute Yet. Mr. Pug LLC and JPG2 LLC are the owners. Gerald Bennett trains, Sonny Leone rides. Number 4 is Rocky's Balboa. America's Pastime Stables, Bloom Racing Stable, and Edwin Barker are the owners. Dale Romans trains, Junior Alvarado, the pilot. Number 5 is Left Nadawakin. Cassandra Weaver, the owner. Scooter Davis trains, Israel Rodriguez up. And completing the field, number 7 is Hard Talk. Flying Finish Farm are the owners. Rory Miller trains, Marcos Meneses up. Post time for today's sixth race, the 23rd running of the Ocala Breeders' Sale Sophomore Stakes, coming up in just 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's sixth race, the 23rd running of the Ocala Breeders' Sale Sophomore Stakes in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate, just 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's 6th race, the 23rd running of the Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes. Field of 5 here at 7 furlongs. Your 3 to 5 favorite, number 1, Make Commotion. 3 to 2 on the number 4, Rocky's Balboa. Those two the top in the wagering here. So Make Commotion, John Velasquez, the first to load in. Here's Best Minute Yet. Debut winner last time out. Rocky's Balboa, Junior Alvarado. Dale Romans. Final two going to be Left Nada Walkin' and Hard Talk will be all set for his start. The Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes. Hard Talk, Marcos Meneses to the outside draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on, the Ocala Breeders' Sophomore Stakes. Good start for Left Nada Walkin'. Down to the inside, Make Commotion is the quickest, though, and Make Commotion, the favorite, up to grab the lead early on with Left Nada Walkin'. Now left 2 lengths back in second. Down to the inside, Best Minute Yet. Rocky's Balboa is away fourth, about 4 lengths off this leader. The early trailer is Hard Talk as they come out of the chute. Onto the main track. It's Make Commotion, strutting his stuff in front by just over a length. To Left Nada Walkin', down to the inside. Best Minute Yet gets a little closer in third. Rocky's Balboa still about 3 lengths adrift in fourth. After a 22.74 second opening quarter mile, Hard Talk still the trailer. Up on the front end, 4 to 5 Make Commotion in front of length and a half to Left Nada Walkin'. Now getting in gear, Rocky's Balboa, who's also bet down to 4 to 5. Down to the inside, Best Minute Yet is now back 4, still just 2 lengths separate the top 4. Hard Talk has trailed throughout. Make Commotion around the far turn in the sophomore. Rocky's Balboa starting to lift up on the outside. Left Nada Walkin' back to third. Best Minute Yet, Hard Talk still at the back. Make Commotion turns for home just in front. Junior Alvarado says gotta fly now for Rocky's Balboa on the outside, who has to come try to chase this leader. It's Make Commotion coming to the 8th pole, length and a half in front of Rocky's Balboa second. 2 more back to Best Minute Yet. Make Commotion digs deep toward the inside, now a 2-length advantage. Rocky's Balboa second. It's Make Commotion and Rocky's Balboa. Make Commotion and John Velasquez to win the Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes. Rocky's Balboa was second. Third, Best Minute Yet. Fourth was Hard Talk. One, 4, 3, 7, and 5. 1, 4, 3, 7, 5. 122.88 the final time. Make Commotion the winner. Results are official, 360 on the win. Mako Motion makes it 2 wins in a row, this time in the Ocala Breeder Sales Sophomore Stakes. 3-year-old Greyhound colt by Vacoma out of Maymont was bred in Florida by Dominique D'Amico. Bonaventure Stables and Bianco's Thoroughbreds LLC are the winning owners. George Weaver, the winning trainer. It's a stakes double for jockey John Velasquez as Mako Motion victorious here in today's 6th race, the 23rd running of the Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes. The exact at $2.90, trifecta $4.50, the dime super $1.09, daily double $4.20. Pick 3 $13.05, and then middle pick 4 $22.55. Race 7's up next in 24 minutes at 3:37 p.m. It's the Lamb Home South Sophomore Turf. This race for 3-year-old Florida Breds on the grass. Field of 9 set to go. No scratches or changes in the 7th. We'll start the late pick 5 in 24 minutes. Coming up in the winner's circle, the presentation for the trophy for the Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes. Very happy to welcome from OBS Sales, Tom Ventura, on hand to present to the winning connections of Mako Motion, your 2026 Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes winner.
Race 7 is going to start today's late pick 5 with the sophomore turf for Florida bred 3-year-olds set at 1.1 miles. The number 1, My Favorite Bird. This one's in for the mare, Kent Sweezy. He's run in the money in all 4 starts he's had since joining the barn. The last 2 on turf, won an optional star 35, and over Chicken Dance, who is in here. That was at 8.5 furlongs, and then they cut back to a mile next out in a Florida bred allowance, and he rated off. But while he was able to duel with Abajoni, who set the pace in stretch, and he actually wrested the lead for a beat, Abajoni was able to fight back and prevail for a 3/4 length score. Abajoni proved a name to respect next out, got beat just ahead at Gulfstream next by Immortalized in the Cutler Bay Stakes yesterday. And I also do love this boy's pedigree, as it's the family of some notable Grade 1 winning millionaires on dirt and turf, like Premium Tap, who won the Clark and was second in the Dubai World Cup, and also Champion Grass Horse, Tight Spot. The number 4, The Town. He is in here for Brad Cox. He's run in the money in all 5 career starts, the first 3 of which came on the dirt. Among those, a runner-up finish, well beaten but second to Strategic Risk in the In Reality. They moved to the turf 2 back, and he ran second, beaten just 1.25 lengths after yet another slow start. And this was after he and another horse named Sir Guinness, they legit collided in stretch, knocking David Egan out of the saddle, who was aboard Sir Guinness. And The Town, he was totally thrown off stride. Thankfully, everybody was okay. Next out, The Town, he came flying from well off the pace to win a main optional 50, going just a mile. Stopped the clock there in 1:34.1. And that was under Irad, and after a lot of ground loss. And that's the thing, that closing kick, it is explosive, so you gotta respect. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 9. That is Chicken Dance. Again, he finished third to My Favorite Bird on February 12th. That was a 4.25 lengths defeat that afternoon after a trip that was kind of hampered by not quite knowing where to go. He was saving ground initially, then he drew off the rail, then he drew in, and then he drew out again, and he was wide into stretch. Last out, he got the win in that optional start 35, going just a mile, and despite the pace being slow early, it was a solid enough final time there. And the runner-up, Empire of Glory, he was a next out winner right here at Tampa in an optional starter 32. So I'm going to go 149 in the sophomore turf, which again kicks off our late pick 5.
On to the track, post-printing for today's 7th race, the 23rd running of the Lamb Home South Sophomore Turf. 3-year-olds at the mile and 16th turf distance. The turf firm, the railed 0 feet. Presenting the field of 9, number 1, My Favorite Bird. Starry Night Racing are the owners. Ken Sweezy trains and Jose Morelos rides. Number 2, Move Jesse Move. Diana Mendelara is the owner. Lester Barbizon, the third, trains. Hector Diaz Jr. rides. Number 3, Mr. Moe's Magic. Ray Heelsman and Keith Anderson are the owners. Lynn Rarick trains and Jose Ferreira. Number 4 is The Town. Sabby Racing, Mattakit Stables, and Commonwealth are the owners. Brad Cox trains. Irad Ortiz rides. Number 5 is Mr. First. Gordon Bredesen and Peter Matson are the owners. Moises Yanez trains. Gadio Martinez up. Number 6, Serac. David Palmer, Teresa Palmer are the owners. Nicholas Palmer trains. Marcos Meneses rides. The 7 is Cruz and Chuck. Mark Norman and Norman Stables are the owners. Justine Jeans on the trainer. Hunter Ray up. Number 8 is Megacles. David Romanek is the owner. Gustavo Mayo trains. Israel Rodriguez rides. Completing the field, number 9 is Chicken Dance, owned by Thomas McCracklin, trained by Fernando Abreu, Samuel Morena. Post time for today's 7th, just 3 minutes away. 3 minutes to the Lamb Home South Sophomore Turf. Two minutes to post time. The horses now making their way toward the turf course. 2 minutes to the 23rd running at Lamb Home South Sophomore Turf. This race also starts the late pick 5. 75,000 plus in that pool. Going to cruise over that $100,000 mark. I got to think. Still got 2 minutes to post. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 7th start of the late pick 5. 4-5 favorite here, number 4, the Town. 3-1 on the inside, My Favorite Bird. Here's Mr. First, the first-time starter, taking on Stakes Company here in the debut. The Lamb Home South sophomore turf with 9 of them set to go the mile and a 16th. Move Jesse Move and Serac going to be the next pair. Here's Mr. Mo's Magic, Jose Ferrer to gate 3 for Lynn Rarick. Move Jesse Move actually still not quite in. The Town is going to be next with Megacles. And the final horse is going to be Chicken Dance. Chicken Dance is 11-1. And Chicken Dance is going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Lamb Home South sophomore turf. A little bit of an awkward start for My Favorite Bird, but got away pretty decently nonetheless. Megacles goes right to the front, works over in front of My First, and now having to tap on the brakes there was My Favorite Bird as Serac and Chicken Dance go by that runner. As they come to the wire the first time, it's Megacles, this big long shot leader by 2. To the first-time starter, Mr. First in the second position. Serac is third, My Favorite Bird, fourth toward the inside of the red colors. Then comes Chicken Dance to length more, then back to Move Jesse Move, and Cruisin' Chuck between horses. It's another length and a half to Mr. Mo's Magic. The Town, the big favorite, is the trailer. It's ninth and last and about 11 off this leader up front, who's an isolated long shot in the form of Megacles. 23.42 seconds. The opening quarter mile with 5 furlongs left to go in the sophomore turf. Megacles just a length in front now. Mr. First travels well in that second position. A length and a half more to Serac down at the inside comes My Favorite Bird. It's a length and a half more to a lineup of 3. Move Jesse Move, Chicken Dance between horses, Cruisin' Chuck. Now starting to move forward, Mr. Mo's Magic. And the Town, still patiently handled at the back, has drawn to within 8 lengths of the leader though. 48.87 seconds there, so they slowed it down 25 seconds plus for that second quarter. And coming after the lead, an aggressive move from Mr. Mo's Magic, who was 8th, is all the way up to 2nd now, challenging Megacles on the front end. Meanwhile, My Favorite Bird waits in the wings just in behind. Serac covering that one up from 4th. 3 more then back to Cruisin' Chuck. The Town has a lot of work to do, is second last and hooking to the far outside. Mr. Mo's Magic up to poke ahead in front. My Favorite Bird, Serac chase. Down at the inside is Megacles. Final furlong to go. Mr. Mo's Magic and Jose Ferrer in front by 2 lengths. Serac from out of the pack coming after him with My Favorite Bird. It's Mr. Mo's Magic in front. Mr. Mo's Magic wins the sophomore turf. Serac was second. Third went to My Favorite Bird. Chicken Dance got 4th and Megacles. (143.20 seconds). 13-1 on your winner, Mr. Mo's Magic, over 14-1 Serac. 3619. Three, 6, 1, 9, and 8. 13-1 on the winner. Results are official. $28.20 on the win for Mr. Mo's Magic. Mr. Mo's Magic, your sophomore turf winner. Mr. Mo's Magic to the winner's circle. 3-year-old Grey Roan Colt by Uncle Chuck out of Magical Flair was bred right here in the sunshine of Florida by Gerardo Bello. Ray Hilsman and Keith Anderson, the winning owners. Lynn Rarick, the winning trainer. And Jose Ferrer aboard for the winning ride. Mr. Mo's Magic makes that big move on the turn and able to sustain it and win the Lamb Home South sophomore turf. The exacta $179.80, trifecta $385.15, the dime super $447.16. Daily double $27.50, the pick three $52.20, and nobody had the super high five, so we're going to carry over $7,087, but that's going to be to the ninth race. Again, there's no super high five coming up in the eighth race, so race 9 will feature that $7,087 carryover in the super high five. Race 8 is the Naira Bet Sprint. It's coming up in 22 minutes at 4:09 p.m. We'll start the late pick 4. Field of 6, no scratches or changes. 6 furlongs the distance. Post time for the 8th race, the Naira Bet Sprint, in 22 minutes. Coming up in the winner's circle, the presentation for the 7th race, our Lamb Home South Sophomore Turf Stakes. We're very happy to welcome from Lamb Home South, one of our great trainers here, Roy Lerman, presenting to the winning connections of Mr. Mo's Magic, Jose Ferrer, trainer Lynn Rarick, and the rest of the team behind Mr. Mo's Magic, your Lamb Home South Sophomore Turf Stakes winner. Congratulations to the winning connections of Mr. Mo's Magic.
Race 8 is our sprint stakes for Florida breds 4 years old and up, set at 6 furlongs on the main track. This will kick off today's late pick 4. The number 5, Damon's Mound, gets redemption today, I think, following that runner-up finish last out in the Gulfstream Park Sprint. He was in that race off a nice gate-to-wire score in the Sunshine Sprint, but in the next start, he was a beat slow from the blocks, and then he had a wide trip. He landed 3 lengths back of Jack's Promise in the end. Jack ran back yesterday in the Army Mule Stakes, finished 5th, beaten 5 by Pentathlon. I think Damon's Mound is stake seasoned. He's tactical. This is a combination which makes him look too tough to go against here. You also got Junior Alvarado aboard. The 2, Classic, of course, in for Pat Biancone. Last 2 starts have been against Stakes Company on turf, but he's run like figures on the dirt as well. Last time he was on it, he did get beat 8 1/4 lengths, but he did finish 4th. It was in the Grade 3 Harlan's Holiday, going 8 1/2 furlongs, and the race was won by Skippy Longstocking, who went on to win the Pegasus World Cup, as you know. The dirt start before that, Classic, of course, won a 70K handicap going the 1-turn mile. The runner-up there was Step, who next ran second, beaten a length in an optional 62 to Tapan Street, put up an 89 buyer figure. And before that, Classic, of course, he got the Shodo in with 3 and ups and a really nice field. In addition to himself, there were 2 other next out winners, and the winner himself was most recently 4th in the Gulfstream Park Sprint. We also saw the runner-up, Lightning Tones, go on to win the Sunshine Classic 2 starts later, put up a 91 buyer figure. I do respect Flood Zone, I do, and his connections, but I'm going to complete the top 3 with the number 3. That is Chrome Ghost, one of 2 entered for Bennett. Camacho rides. He's a tough old boy and ran second in last year's edition of this race at 7 to 1. So definitely not a horse to dismiss, especially after getting the Shodo here last out in that optional 100 to Madhouse and Dreaming of Kona. The latter did not fare too well next out in yesterday's Army Mule, but Madhouse, he had won the Grade 2 Gallant Bob last September, so that's a graded stakes winner. Gonna go 5, 2, 3 in the sprint, which again kicks off our late pick 4.
The horses onto the track post spreading for today's 8th race. Started a late pick 4. It's the 23rd running of the Naira Bet Sprint. It's a race for 4-year-olds and up. They'll be at 6 furlongs on the fast main track. Presenting the field for the Naira Bet Sprint, number 1 is Flood Zone, is owned by Wethnan Racing, trained by Brad Cox. Irad Ortiz Jr. rides. Number 2, Classic of Course. Amy Dunn and Patrick Biancona are the owners. Patrick Biancona is the trainer. Romero Mirage up. Number 3 is Chrome Ghost. J.J. Brevin, stable the owners. Gerald Bennett trains. Sammy Camacho rides. The 4 is El Principito. Winning Stables Incorporated and Todd Bittinger are the owners. Gerald Bennett trains. Samuel Marin, the pilot. Number 5 is Damon's Mound. Cliff Love and Michelle Love are the owners. Bill Mott trains. Junior Alvarado aboard. Completing the field, number 6, Nothing Subtle. Teresa and David Palmer are the owners. Nicholas Palmer trains. Marcos Meneses rides. Post time for today's 8th race. Coming up, the late pick 4, the Naira Bet Sprint in 3 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's 8th race, the late pick 4, the Naira Bet Sprint in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's 8th race field, the NYRA Sprint, coming up in just 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's 8th race. 23rd running of the NYRA Sprint. 6 furlongs here for the older runners. Flood Zone the first to move forward. 3-5 favorite here, Damon's Mound. 2-1 Flood Zone. Here's Classic, of course, moving up. Chrome Ghost, Sammy Camacho for Gerald Bennett. Here's El Principito, another Gerald Bennett trainee. Samuel Marin riding this one. Damon's Mound, nothing subtle. The final 2 will be all set for a start here at today's 8th race. The NYRA Sprint. El Principito causing a little bit of a hiccup there. Now goes forward. Here's Damon's Mound, the 6-year-old son of Gervin. Nothing subtle. Marcos Meneses to the outside. Nothing subtle goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on the NYRA Sprint. Damon's Mound got away to a good beginning. Going with that one early is Chrome Ghost. Those two quickest as they go through that first 16th of a mile. Flood Zone just in behind them to the inside. Pokes a nose into third. Between horses, El Principito. Nothing subtle out wide. It's 2.5 more back to Classic, of course, who is the early trailer with 4.5 furlongs left to go in the sprint. Damon's Mound, Chrome Ghost, they are 1-2 right together on the front end. A lineup of 3 in behind them. Nothing subtle out wide. Flood Zone stays to the fence with El Principito between horses. 2.5 more to Classic, of course. Damon's Mound pokes that head in front as they round past the 3/8 pole. Chrome Ghost sticking right with him, though, at this point, as Nothing Subtle's being worked upon out 3 deep. Flood Zone fourth, 2.5 lengths behind as they wind around that far turn. Damon's Mound and Chrome Ghost, they continue to do battle 1-2. Nothing Subtle continuing to be pushed along from third. Flood Zone going to come out to the 3 path to try to come after these leaders as they come to the top of the stretch. Chrome Ghost on the inside. Damon's Mound, they've been 1-2 throughout. Damon's Mound on the outside. Chrome Ghost on the inside. A final 16th to go. Damon's Mound maybe just in front of Chrome Ghost. Flood Zone down the outside. Damon's Mound, Chrome Ghost, Damon's Mound. Racing's newest millionaire wins the NYRA Sprint. Chrome Ghost was valiant, but second best. It was a photo for third between Flood Zone and Classic, of course. 5-3 in a photo. Final time was 108.88 seconds, just 1/5 off the 14-year-old track record set by It's Me Mom. So a nice performance here from Damon's Mound. 5-3, 1-2, and 6. 5-3, 1-2, 6, the unofficial order. Damon's Mound, your Naira Bet Sprint winner. Results are now official. 320 on the win. Damon's Mound, it's the 8th career win from 20 starts, and this win will put him over $1 million in career earnings, an amazing achievement for the racehorse. 6-year-old bay horse by Gervin out of San Antonio Stroll was bred right here in beautiful Florida by the winning owner Cliff Love, who owns the horse in partnership with Michelle Love. Bill Mott's the winning trainer. Junior Alvarado aboard for the winning ride. A millionaire, Damon's Mound, winner of the Naira Bet Sprint here in today's 8th race. $5-3 exact at $5, trifecta $5.40, the dime super $3.24. Daily double $29.60, the pick 3 $24.95. Pick 4 $73.40, and that middle pick 5 $442.45. Today's 9th race is up next. We'll start the late pick 3. It's the 23rd running of the Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf, a mile and a 16th. Scratch the 3. Number 3 is Scratch. Jockey change on the 2, Miss Marinelle. Make the rider Romero Mirage. We'll have a $7,087 carryover in the Super High 5 to race 9. Post times in 22 minutes. Trophy presentation time in the winner's circle. As we welcome in from Naira Bet, Steve Schriefer and Donald Nelson, presenting to the winning connections of Damon's Mound. Jackie Junior Alvarado and the winning connections in the winner's circle. Big congratulations to Damon's Mound. So we welcome in Steve Schriefer and Donald Nelson from Naira Bets. Race 9, the Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf, up next in 21 minutes.
Race 9 is the Distaff Turf for Florida-bred fillies and mares 3 years old and up. They're going to be going a mile and 16th. The number 9, Super Zonda, in here for Mark Cassidy, and off a 7th place finish in the Grade 3 Honey Fox. But a few things. She had a terrible trip that day, and she was in with the likes of Grade 1 winner Lush Lips. The 3rd place runner was Silver Moonlight. She just ran back yesterday in the Sand Springs, and she ran well. She was dueling on the pace before she tired out. Zonda had won the Sunshine Filly and Mare Turf prior to that over Rugelach. That was a second off the layoff start. She had the outside post like today, rated off before reeling Rugelach in, and there were 2 next out winners. The 3rd placed Ashima, she next won 2 in a row in the synthetic actually, and then ran 8th but was beaten just 5.5 in yesterday's Sand Springs. You got Irad Ortiz aboard Super Zonda today. The number 6 is Super Willowa. This girl was also in the Sunshine Filly and Mare Turf. She had a wide trip. She finished 4th, being 3 3/4 lengths going the mile. She'd won 2 starts at 8.5 prior to running 5th in the Tropical Park Oaks at Gulfstream. She was 4.5 off Destino d'Oro, who later went on to win the Pegasus World Cup Filly and Mare Turf. So she's got the excuse for the finish there. And as for her last start here at Tampa, going 8.5 in that optional 32, I would say the far outside post wasn't ideal, and Wrigleyville was lone speed. She's got more pace to target today. Last year's winner, that's the number 1, Charlie's Wish, in here for David Fox. She certainly fits with these still, and she's had 3 starts in 2026. Last Turf Go in 2025, that was in October, and she won an optional 62 over Mama Bella and the aforementioned Ashima. When she came back, she got beat ahead off the bench on the synthetic, going 9 furlongs against a 100K handicap field. And then they went back to grass in our Grade 3 Endeavor, but it was contested in the rain, slowly paced. She took some bumping, it appeared. Didn't love the start last out either, where she finished 4th, but that was synthetic. And while she does run like figure surface to surface, she has also proven she can come back with a big performance after some lackluster ones. So I'm going to go 9-6-1 in the Distaff Turf.
She's so spicy. She won it by 4 lengths on the wire. Side by side and stride for stride. Who's it going to be? Mike Soser, Citizen Bull. Bear has it close to home from Brussels. Side Bears
It's an upset in Pegasus 10.
Fans, just a reminder, we have that Super High Five carryover, $7,087 into this ninth race. Again, a Super High Five carryover, over $7,000 into the ninth race. The horses onto the track, post-spreading for today's ninth event, the 23rd running of the Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up at a mile and a 16th on the firm Tampa turf, the rail at 0 feet. Presenting the field for the Distaff Turf, number 1 is Charlie's Wish. Royal Light Racing LLC, the owners, David Fox trains, and Sammy Camacho rides. 2 is Miss Mary Nell, Palm Beach Racing 5, LLC, the owners, Carlos David trains, Romero Mirage aboard. Scratch the 3, number 4, Dreaming of ABBA. Carolyn Von Rosenberg, the owner, Kathleen O'Connell trains, and Sonny Leone up. 5 is Notable Exchange. Mike Deeney owns and trains. Junior Alvarado pilots. Number 6, Super Willie Wah. Live Oak Plantation are the owners. Michael Trombetta trains, and John Velasquez rides. Number 7 is Rugelach. Sam Walensky owns and trains. Samuel Marin is the jockey. Number 8 is Let's Go Coco. Flying Finish Farm, the owners. Rory Miller trains. Marcos Meneses up. And completing the field, number 9 is Super Zonda. Live Oak Plantation owned. Mark Cassie trains. Irad Ortiz rides. Race 9 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, late pick 3 wagering, and we have a super high 5 carryover of $7,087. Post time in 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's ninth race, the 23rd running of the Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf in just 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate, we're just 1 minute from post time. The 9th race, the Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 9th race, the Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf at 1 mile and a 16th. 4-5 favorite number 9, Super Zonda. 3-1 on the 7, Rugalok. Those are your top two in the wagering. 6-1 on numbers 1 and 6. Speaking of numbers 1 and 6, they're going to be the first two to move in. Charlie's Wish and Super Willy Wah. Miss Mary Nell to gate 2, Rugalok to the 7th stall. Let's Go Coco is next. Comes Notable Exchange along with Dreaming of ABBA. Dreaming of ABBA moving up. Notable Exchange and Super Zonda going to be the final pair. Will be all set for a start. The Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf. Super Zonda, Irad Ortiz to the outside. Going up and going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. The Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf. Dreaming of ABBA in the center, flashes some early speed. Rugalok's quicker, though, and Rugalok all the way up to grab the lead now from Let's Go Coco, who advances up from the outside. Super Zonda trying to find some position from that high draw as they come into the stretch for the first time. And it's Let's Go Coco who takes over. Super Zonda now up to second as Rugalok going to have to settle back in third. Length and a half more back to Dreaming of ABBA. Super Willy Wah, they're fourth and fifth. It's a length and a half more back to Notable Exchange. The Grays racing in sixth. Charlie's Wish seventh. And Sister Mary Nell, the early trailer, as they work past the 6 furlong marker. Let's Go Coco in front 3/4 of a length to a tugging Super Zonda under a strong hold there in that second spot, but is pulling up closer. The favorite now up within a neck as they go around that first turn. 23.14 seconds. It's Let's Go Coco, 3/4 in front of Super Zonda. Rugalok stays toward the inside. Super Willy Wah also under a tight hold there in fourth, pulling on the outside. It's a length and a half more to Dreaming of ABBA. After that comes a Notable Exchange. The two at the back, Charlie's Wish and Sister Mary Nell. 3.5 furlongs from the money in the Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf, and it's been long shot Let's Go Coco throughout. Marcos Meneses and Let's Go Coco past the 3/8 pull. 3/4 of a length in front of Super Zonda. Super Willy Wah getting closer up to third with Rugalok tucked in toward the inside. Rugalok going to need a seam here as Let's Go Coco still narrowly in front. To the top of the stretch, Let's Go Coco still a neck in front of Super Zonda. Super Willy Wah swings out 3 deep. Rugalok going to look for a room down at the fence. In behind that, trying to run on is Dreaming of ABBA and Notable Exchange. Let's Go Coco still battling bravely in front. Super Zonda on the outside now coming up to level terms. Rugalok's back third. Super Zonda trying to get by a stubborn Let's Go Coco. Super Zonda just in front. Late Super Zonda to win the Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf. Let's Go Coco ran a good one in second. Rugalok was third after that. Dreaming of ABBA and Super Willy Wah. It's that slow-mo shot. .141.94 the final time. 987 and a photo. 987 and a photo. Nine, 8, 7, 4, and 6. Super Zonda, 3-2 favorite over long shot. Let's go, Coco. Results are official. $5 on the win for Super Zonda. Super Zonda, a four-time winner now. And a multiple stakes winner at that. Super Zonda to the winner's circle. 4-year-old Chestnut filly by Curlin out of Zondo was bred in Florida by Live Oak Stud. Live Oak Plantation, another winning ownership for them. Mark Cassie, the winning trainer. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard for the winning ride. Super Zonda up in time to win today's ninth race, the Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf. The exacta $39.60, trifecta $72, the dime super $86.10. Daily double $310, the pick $3 $58.15, the high five $2,085.70. Today's 10th race is up next in 25 minutes. It's the 23rd running of the Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Fillies. 7 furlongs the distance for the 3-year-old fillies. Scratch 2 and 4. Numbers 2 and 4 are scratched. Field of 5 remain in. Take note, no super high 5 wagering in the 10th race, but post time is coming up in 25 minutes. Trophy presentation time in the winner's circle for the 9th race. From Pleasant Acre Stallions, we're very happy to welcome Joe and Helen Barbizon to present to the winning connections of Super Zonda, your Distaff Turf winner. The Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf of 2026 goes to Super Zonda.
Race 10 is the sophomore fillies for Florida-bred 3-year-olds going 7 furlongs on the dirt. The number 6, Tessellate, in here for Saffie Joseph. She won our Gasparilla Stakes at today's distance, and that was off a 13 lengths romp in the juvenile filly sprint at Gulfstream. Last out, she was well beaten. It was the grade 3 forward gal. She was 13-1 for a reason, however. The winner there was On Time Girl, who had won the Fern Creek, and she went on to run third in the grade 2 Devona Dale. We also saw Mythical in there. She'd won the first 3 starts of her career. She also later won the Susan's Girl and the My Dear Girl. She ran 5th in the forward gal after folding off the front, but she came back to score the Any Limit Stakes and put up a 94 buyer figure doing it. So yeah, you got to consider the competition. I think Tessellate should be respected here. The 5, Emerald Ember. She has yet to win a race in 2 starts, but she's been so close. Got beat just a nose on debut in a main special weight going 5 furlongs on the turf last spring. Then came back in that March 12 start. It was a main optional 50 on the turf going 5. Came from off the pace. There was some bumping. She was also defeated just a length and a half there in the end as the post-time favorite. But wow, was that a quickly run race. The half was in 43-4, the 5 furlongs in 55-4. This girl now gets on our main track, and her pedigree does flex. She's also got a Hall of Famer aboard in Johnny Velasquez. The number 3, Floco, in for Rory Miller. Shodo performance in against an optional 75 N1X field here on March 1st. Questionable decisions was 5th that afternoon. The winner wired and had beaten a really nice filly in May Gray the start prior. Also, if you take Floco's form down to that October 3rd start, she actually beat My Miss Mo by a nose at Gulfstream, and My Miss Mo, she won next out by 12 lengths there. Then she ran 4th in our Sandpiper, and then she was 2nd in the grade 2 Devona Dale. And then yesterday, My Miss Mo, she dug in for another runner-up finish after setting the pace in the grade 2 Gulfstream Park Oaks. Earned an 85 buyer figure. So yeah, company lines, hello. So I'm gonna go 6, 5, 3 in the sophomore fillies stakes.
The horses onto the track post sprinting for today's 10th event, the 23rd running, the Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Fillies. 3-year-old fillies at 7 furlongs. This race for Florida breds. Presenting the field, number 1 is La Chismosa, is owned by Paula Capestro, trained by Ronaldo Richards. Sammy Camacho rides. Scratch the 2, number 3 is Floco, Flying Finish Farm, the owners, Rory Miller trains, and Marcos Meneses up. Scratch the 4, number 5, Emerald Ember, is owned by R.A. Hill Stable, trained by George Weaver. John Velasquez rides. Number 6 is Tessellate. Magic Cap Stables, Paul Braverman, Timothy Pinch, Castlegate Farm. Bag Racing Stables, John Reinhart, Turf Express Racing are the owners. Saffy Joseph is the trainer. Irad Ortiz the rider. Number 7 is Questionable Decisions, Mr. Pug LLC and JPG2 LLC the owners. Gerald Bennett trains and Daniel Centeno rides. Post time for today's 10th. The Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Fillies coming up in 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's 10th race, the Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Filly Stakes in 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate. Just 1 minute to post time. Race 10 in 1 minute. The horses arriving at the starting gate for today's 10th race, the 23rd running of the Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Filly Stakes. Field of 5 set to go 7 furlongs here as they are at the gate. La Chismosa the first to load in. Right now 3-1. Your 1-2 favorite, number 6, Tessellate. Here's Floco to gate 3. Marcos Meneses for Rory Miller, as they teamed up in the previous race with Let's Go Coco, who ran a very good second in the Distaff Turf. Emerald Ember, Tessellate, questionable decisions. The final 3 will be all set for a start. The Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Filly Stakes. Final stakes of the day. We got a really good maiden special weight coming up for the 11th and final race here on Florida Cup Day. Questionable decisions to the outside draw. As she moves forward. They're in the gate. And the race is on the Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Filly Stakes. Tessellate broke well, but Floco broke quicker and goes out to the early lead. Here's Floco grabbing the lead away from Tessellate down at the inside. La Chismosa away in good order in the red colors, takes over second. Emerald Ember's back in the 4th spot. Questionable decisions. The trailer is Floco is the leader through that first 3/16 of a mile. It's Floco a length in front. Moving toward the outside now, La Chismosa chases from the 2 path to come after this leader. It's a length and a half more to Tessellate. Emerald Ember, they're 3rd and 4th, basically together in questionable decisions. Is the trailer 22.27 seconds for the opening quarter mile. It's Floco and Marcos Meneses leading it now 3/4 of a length to La Chismosa. Sammy Camacho inching a little bit closer now to this leader. Length and a half more to Tessellate. Iran Ortiz Jr. on the big favorite, just 2 lengths behind, and Tessellate starting to close in now. Questionable decisions starting to launch from the back as Emerald Ember now shuffled back last. Around that far turn, Floco still narrowly in front, but La Chismosa right up alongside now. Tessellate, meanwhile, waiting in the wings in 3rd. 2 more to questionable decisions. Emerald Ember, they come around to the top of the lane. La Chismosa putting ahead in front. On the inside, battling on is Floco. Tessellate still in hand on the far outside. Emerald Ember going to shift toward the inside as Tessellate just cruises up to the lead without really being asked. Tessellate now gets a little tap on the shoulder, goes 3/4 of a length in front, now a length, and now Tessellate's gone. Tessellate in the Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Filly is going to win it easily here by about 4 in the end. La Chismosa 2nd, Floco 3rd, Emerald Ember was 4th. Final time 1:23.09 seconds. Six, 1, 3, 5, and 7. 1:23.09 the final time. Your Gasparilla Stakes winner of 2026 comes back here to win the Sophomore Fillies. Results are official, 260 on the win. Tessellate, the winner's circle for the 4th time in her young career. Tessellate heading to the winner's circle, 3-year-old Bay Filly by McKenzie out of Shot Down in Flames. Was bred right here in the sunshine of Florida by Castlegate Farm, LLC. Magic Cap Stables, Paul Braverman, Timothy Pinch. Castlegate Farm, Bag Racing Stables, John Reinhardt, and Turf Express Racing are the winning owners. Saffy Joseph Jr., the winning trainer. Another win on the card for Jockey Irad Ortiz as he and Tessellate team up to win the Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Filly Stakes. The exacta 330, trifecta 475, dime super 290, daily double 390, the pick 3 245. 11th and final race is up next, 24 minutes away to the finale. It's a good maiden special weight group, 3-year-old fillies, and a mile on turf will be out of the homestretch starting point. Scratch 13 and 14. 13 and 14 are scratched. Number 7's plus 1 pound. Post time for the 11th and final coming up in 24 minutes. Winner's Circle presentation time for the sophomore filly, Stonehenge Farm South. We're happy to welcome Kathleen O'Connell into the Winner's Circle to present to the winning connections of Tessellate, your Stonehenge Farm South sophomore filly stakes winner here of 2026. Congratulations to the winning connections of Tessellate.
Race 10 is the sophomore fillies for Florida-bred 3-year-olds going 7 furlongs on the dirt. The number 6, Tessellate, in here for Saffie Joseph. She won our Gasparilla Stakes at today's distance, and that was off a 13 lengths romp in the juvenile filly sprint at Gulfstream. Last out, she was well beaten. It was the grade 3 forward gal. She was 13-1 for a reason, however. The winner there was On Time Girl, who had won the Fern Creek, and she went on to run third in the grade 2 Devona Dale. We also saw Mythical in there. She'd won the first 3 starts of her career. She also later won the Susan's Girl and the My Dear Girl. She ran 5th in the forward gal after folding off the front, but she came back to score the Any Limit Stakes and put up a 94 buyer figure doing it. So yeah, you got to consider the competition. I think Tessellate should be respected here. The 5, Emerald Ember. She has yet to win a race in 2 starts, but she's been so close. Got beat just a nose on debut in a main special weight going 5 furlongs on the turf last spring. Then came back in that March 12 start. It was a main optional 50 on the turf going 5. Came from off the pace. There was some bumping. She was also defeated just a length and a half there in the end as the post-time favorite, but wow, was that a quickly run race. The half was in 43-4, the 5 furlongs in 55-4. This girl now gets on our main track, and her pedigree does flex. She's also got a
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
We're proud to say that our industry's dedication is making aftercare more accessible than ever.
Every single donation, whether big or small, and every action from volunteering to spreading the word is contributing to a brighter future. It's because of your passion and commitment that thoroughbreds are thriving. But this race is just beginning.
Like the final stretch where every stride counts, your ongoing support drives us forward.
Because of you, we've gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
let's keep going together. Thank you for every step you've helped us with so far.
Every life changed is a shared victory.
We close out today's Florida Cup card with race 11, a main special weight for 3-year-old fillies. It is set at a mile on the turf. It is brutally tough. Brutally tough. I mean, you've got Chad Brown, 2 runners in here. You've got Proctor represented. You've got a Miguel Clement. You've got just so many great barns and so many well-pedigreed fillies. It is very tough. No result would surprise me. I ultimately went with the number 10 in here. That is Tis the Lady, one of 2 entered for Shug McGahee. This girl got beat a neck in her first spin on the turf, which was a first off the layoff here on January 21st. She had a bad start. She had some other traffic issues that left her beat just a neck in the end. The winner was French Tip. She next ran second in an optional 75 here. The runner-up was a next out winner, though it was just in an off the turf main special weight and the figure wasn't great, but still, I think Tis the Lady can move up in this second turf try. Blinkers are going on. You got Hall of Famer Johnny V up. She is by Tis the Law and Out of Media Madness by Empire Maker, so that makes her a 3/4 sister to Stakes Place Pursuit of Liberty and a half to Stakes Place runners Union Blues and Demolition Duke. But more impressively, the granny is Batik. Batik set a new course record winning the Matchmaker Stakes, and the family further includes turf superstar Hawkbill. The 7, I'm going to try to work in a price here because I think Silfrena in here for Christopher Steele is too interesting to ignore. She's had 2 dirt starts. She was not great in either of them, but she's switching surfaces with the blinkers going on now, and she's out of a new approach mare whose mom won the Grade 3 Valley View, and that second dam is also a half-sister to multiple Group 1 winning millionaire Order of St. George. So again, trying to work in a price, and then I'm going to complete the top 3 with one of the Chad Brown runners. They both have a chance, of course, but the 11, Parfois, she's got race experience. She crossed the line first back in France before being imported, but she was disqualified, so you can't ignore her. She's clearly bred top and bottom for grass and black type at that. Irad is aboard. She's getting first-time Lasix. I just don't think she's a lock. So I'm going to go 10, 7, 11 to close out our card here on Florida Cup Day. I'll see you back here on Wednesday.
Horses onto the track post parading for today's 11th and final race as we get set to close out Florida Cup Day. Field of 12 on the turf at a mile. It's a maiden special win event for 3-year-old fillies. Scratch 13 and 14. Number 7 is plus 1 pound. Race 11 offers exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 wagering. They'll be at the post for the 11th and final in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's 11th and final race in 2 minutes. Fans, just a reminder, this race does wrap up live racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. We'll be back on Wednesday. Racing next week, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Do take note, we are off for the Easter holiday. Again, no racing on Easter Sunday. Simulcasting continues downstairs on the first floor. Poker at Silk's Poker Room. The 11th and final race in just 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 11th and final as we get set to close out Florida Cup Day. Big thanks to everyone who joined us on track and across the country today for Florida Cup. Field of 12 on the grass here to close it out. Your 7-5 favorite, number 11, Parfois. Irad Ortiz and Chad Brown teaming up. Here's Lima Lima. Sofia Vives in town to ride this one. Silfrena goes in. Here's Diverse to gate 8. And Aporia. Samuel Marin for Miguel Clement. 4-1 right now on Aporia. Starship Valiant going to be next. Here's Crazy Blonde to gate 9. Starship Valiant. Gabriel Maldonado aboard. Tis the Lady coming up in the West Point Silks to gate 10. Midsummer will be after that to the 5th stall. Sammy Camacho for Shug McGahee. Parfois coming up. One of two for trainer Chad Brown. They're the two outside runners, Parfois and Embroidery. We're just waiting on Theoretical, and Embroidery will be all set for a start. Theoretical, Junior Alvarado going in, Embroidery, and Sonny Leone to the outside. Ready to close the show here on Florida Cup Day 2026. Embroidery goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Silfrena broke a little bit awkwardly. Aporia showing some good early foot. Starship Valiant up alongside that one and down to the inside. Wado Wave is going to be quickest. It's Wado Wave to grab the lead from Lima Lima. They're going quickly here in the opening stages. In behind that comes Aporia, Starship Valiant. They're racing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The top 5 as they go to that turn is just in behind them is Midsummer. It's 2.5 or 3 more then. Back to Diverse, who's in the 6th spot. Embroidery's racing in 7th. Down along the inside, Parfois, the favorite is 8th. It's a length and a half more back to Crazy Blonde 9th. Theoretical's 10th. Tis the Lady second last. And the slow start has Silfrena at the back, but they are strung out over about 18 lengths. And the opening quarter is wide, 21.78 seconds. As Wado Wave was very quick, opened up and went out a little bit wide. There's room at the inside for Lima Lima in second. Aporia is third. On the outside, Starship Valiant is fourth. Midsummer travels fifth. 2 more back to Embroidery and Diverse. Another 3 back to Parfois, who's all alone in that spot. It's 2 more than to Tis the Lady Theoretical. Crazy Blonde drops back with Silfrena the trailer. 46.84 seconds. It's been a punishing pace thus far for this big long shot. Wado Wave. Lima Lima now set to come after that one from the second position. Length more back to Aporia in third. Starship Valiant. Embroidery's trying to get going up on the far outside. Now Parfois starting to loom in. And here's Parfois up on the outside as Midsummer takes the shortest way home. Parfois is flying up on the far outside. Lima Lima grabs the lead as they turn for home. Parfois is about 9 pass wide though. Midsummer, here comes Parfois charging off the turn after Lima Lima. Parfois, big turn of foot. And Parfois up to grab the lead from Midsummer. Lima Lima and Aporia in behind. Parfois, she's all over the race course, but she's going to win in dominating fashion here. Parfois by about 7 in the end. Aporia up for second, Midsummer third, Lima Lima fourth, Theoretical fifth. 136.23 the final time, 11-3-5-2. The order of finish posted on the board. Parfois, your 3-2 favorite. Fifth went to the number 6, Theoretical, 11-3-5-2 and 6. Results are official. Prices on the board, $5 on the win for Parfois. Parfois, big win here in the nightcap for this 3-year-old filly. Big day for jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. here as he comes to Tampa and wins a bunch of races today. Parfois, 3-year-old bay filly by Cody Bear out of Aloris Coy. Bred in Ireland by Duncroy Farm Limited. The winning owners, Michael Dubb, Stephen Mochi, 30-year Racing, and Michael Caruso. Chad Brown, the winning trainer. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard for the winning ride. Parfois, impressive in victory here in today's 11th and final. The exact to 690, trifecta 1785, the dime super 1670, the daily double 450. Pick 3, 510, late pick 4, $15.35. Late pick 5, $210.05. The ultimate 6, $109.22. Super high 5, $774.70. Folks, that does close out the show for live racing on this Florida Cup Day Sunday. We appreciate you joining us here as we celebrate the Florida Bred today. Simulcasting continues downstairs on the first floor. Poker at Silk's Poker Room on the third floor of our facility. Don't forget, next week, racing Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. No racing Easter Sunday. From all of us here at Tampa Bay Downs, we bid you a very pleasant good evening, a safe drive home. We hope to see you back on Wednesday when live racing returns. Good night, everyone. From Florida,